I'm good. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you good? I'd like to call the regular meeting of the BCC to order. It's 2:01. I was shooting for 2 o'clock just for a change, but you know, it's close. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante. Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here.
All present and accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And so even though it's not on the agenda, I'd like to start out by welcoming our 2 new commissioners. We're so looking forward to working together. It's a real pleasure to have you up here and very exciting to start a new chapter. So that would take us to C, which is the Pledge of Allegiance and then the State Pledge. And then we'll have the moment of reflection from the County Sheriff's Office by Michael Delgado. So if we could all rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among the united cultures. And I'd welcome Michael Delgado up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd also like to add, as we traditionally do, had some very sad news. You will all remember our dear Commissioner Ed Moreno, who passed much too early a couple of years ago. And it turns out his wife, Janet Wise, died unexpectedly over the weekend. And we were just all up here so saddened to hear that. It's a great loss for his family and for the community. And so I would like to add a moment of silence for Janet Wise and for her family. And then Commissioner Hansen, before we do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had a loss also in the historic village of Agua Fria, somebody who is very near and dear to all of our hearts. Is Lois Mee's mother, May Montoya, passed away, and she was a long time born and raised in the village of Agua Fria, and left this earth peacefully to be at home with our dear Lord on December 25th, following a 5-year battle with leukemia. She was born June 13, 1937, to Francis and Herman Baca, and was raised by her aunt and uncle, Samuel Montoya. May was married for 60 years to Arthur Montoya, who preceded her in death. May was a lifelong member of Agua Fria Village and the San Ysidro Parish. She loved her family and welcomed everyone into her home as family. She worked for Quick Copy for 37 years before retiring from Stuart Tile, and the services will be January 17th, 2022 at the historic San Ysidro Church in Agua Fria. Mass or encourage rosary at 9 a.m. and Mass of a Christian burial at 10 a.m. and internment following at the Cementerio de las Agua Fria. So I've known May for the last 8-9 years, and like it says in the obituary, she completely welcomed me into the family of Agua Fria. and we all will miss her dearly. So with that, I ask that we take a moment of silence.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would just like to share that sometimes it's hard to hear in here, and we have these handy items that make hearing much more accessible, and I wanted to share that with the new commissioners.
Thank you. That takes us to item 1F, which is approval of the agenda. Are there any changes, or Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We did post the initial agenda for today's meeting last Tuesday and posted the amended agenda on Saturday of this week prior to 2 p.m. The changes from the original agenda to the amended agenda were to move 2 items from the consent agenda to miscellaneous action items. Those were the final order in the matter of case number 21-5140 and an affordable housing agreement for the Tierra Antigua subdivision. Those items were again moved to miscellaneous action items from consent, and they are now at items 6C and 6D. In addition, packet material was updated for the final order. For the public hearing, item 12A, packet material was added after the initial agenda was posted, and I think further revised, and that material provided to the board in advance of today's meeting for the ICIP. And finally, 2 additional items were added to the executive session agenda, items 11A, 3, and 4. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the agenda with all of the changes.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that takes us to 2, which is approval of the meeting minutes for November 29th, 2022 BCC meeting. Are there any, Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minute meetings of November 29th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Under discussion, Commissioner Green?
As I wasn't a commissioner at the time, I think I'm going to.
A second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So we have 3 voting and 2 abstentions. That takes us to item 3, which is a resolution in support of the investigation responsible for the effort to criminally interfere with or overturn the results of the 2020.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that it's really important that we do not forget what has happened on January 6th, 2021, and that in the audience. And I would personally like to ask, Madam Chair, if we could just have a few words from a few of the members who have come here to support this resolution.
Yes, that's fine. I will, if there's no objection from any other commissioners, I will split matters of public concern into 2 pieces and open it at this point for matters having to do with this resolution. So, is that,
Mr.
is
House,
that good?
would you like to say a few words?
And I'm a Santa Fe County resident and member of Indivisible Santa Fe staff and my fellow Santa Fe County residents who are here today. I want to thank Commissioner Hanson for bringing this forward, staff and other county staff who have worked on this resolution. As we all know, last Friday was the 2nd anniversary of the violent attack on our United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Were stolen, 1 person was killed and dozens were injured. Ultimately, 7 people lost their lives as a result of what occurred on that day. A rally was held on the steps of the Capitol to memorialize the terrible events of that day and dire threats to our democracy that it presented. And later that afternoon, President Biden awarded much-deserved medals of honor to members of law enforcement who defended the Capitol on that day, and also election workers who have been threatened just for doing their job. That night, interestingly, the new Speaker of the House was finally elected after 4 days and 15 rounds of voting, only after he ceded power and authority to a group of congresspersons, almost all of whom continued to deny or question the legitimacy of the 2020 elections, and most of whom had voted against confirmation of the electoral vote. The point I'm trying to make is that extreme danger posed to our American democracy by those events continues to this day. And another attempt to subvert our democracy is likely to happen in the future, maybe even as early as next year. So there are two things that we must do. We must hold accountable all of the persons who conceived, conspired, or participated in those events. And second, we must enact laws to deter or hopefully prevent things like that from ever happening again. I also want to highlight the importance and historical significance of this board adopting a resolution like this. In the history of the United States, many important legal and social changes did not begin at the federal level. They began, rather, with local or state governments. Initially, women had the right to vote in New Jersey until it was taken away in 1807. Women in certain jurisdictions of Kansas in the 1830s were given the right to vote in school elections. And women in Wyoming had the right to vote 100 years before the U.S. Congress affirmed that right in 1920. Similarly, before the rights of interracial and non-heterosexual couples to marry was recognized by the federal government, that right was recognized in various towns, cities, and states around the country. In adopting this resolution, the board will be continuing on the proud tradition of local governments being the springboard for meaningful social change, protection of individual liberties, and defense of our American democracy. Madam Chairperson and other members of the board, I thank you for considering the resolution today.
Thank you very much, Mr. House. Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, John, also. And so with that, I think that you understand what this resolution is about and where it's going and why I'm bringing it forward. Our own election official here has also felt pressured by what has happened on January 6th, and I think that it is an important statement for us at a local level to address many of the issues that happen on the federal level. As this commission knows, I have worked on federal issues since the beginning of my tenure as a county commissioner, because I see the direct relationship that it affects us and how we affect the federal level. And so I think it's important for this to start from a grassroots level and be brought up through our legislation in New Mexico, and that is why we will be sending this to the governor and to our local representatives so that they see that we have taken a stand on this position that, what happened on January 6th is not an acceptable thing to happen in this country. And with that, I will move for approval.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second, and I will go to commissioners under discussion, but I first want to officially say that I'm temporarily closing matters of public concern and will reopen it at its regular place for any other comments on other matters. at its regular place on the agenda. So under discussion, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I have two thoughts on this measure, and I would like to bring to everybody's attention. The first is that we are, up here at this board, election officials, and we certify elections with the county clerk to make sure that our county is represented properly, and that is part of the process of democracy. And so we want the community and for the federal government to uphold those choices that our community makes and that we certify. So that is the first point. And the second one is I was lucky enough to come back from Brazil a couple weeks ago and was watching some of the incidents in Brazil in the past 24 and 48 hours. And this is some of the bad behaviors that can happen in a democracy there with sort of delusional protests. And so we need to be careful. Make sure that we communicate clearly and do the best practices to make sure that people believe and respect the votes around us. And in the case of this resolution, everything was adjudicated properly, and this resolution supports law and order. So I appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I support the resolution, and I'm also very proud that we have a county clerk who takes our elections so seriously and works hard to make sure that everything is fair and legal and taken care of. And I was very impressed at one point when we got a rundown of all the things that we do to make sure every vote is counted and counted correctly. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Bustamante?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hanson, thank you very much for bringing this forward. Mr. House, thank you for your good words. It's very important. And I can't say enough. When I first got elected, I had someone assure me that there would be, quote unquote, a revolution. And I think it is absolutely at this ground level that we have to have these conversations, because I simply looked and nodded and moved on. But it's very important that we're all aware that these are real threats, and I sincerely appreciate bringing this to all of our attention and the good work that our county clerk does for our county. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Is there further discussion?
No, I just want to say that I think it is really important that we as elected officials listen to our constituents, and I am grateful to have constituents of this group who has brought this forward to me, and we worked on it with the county attorney to make this resolution succinct. And so I also want to recognize our county attorney, Jeff Young, for his work on this resolution, so that everything was to form and following the exact rules that we all abide by. So I just want to recognize him for that also.
Excellent, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this forward. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Can I please have a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2023-001.
An auspicious first resolution. I hope the whole rest of the year goes like this. Doing important work, as in case there was any So that takes us to item 4, which is the consent agenda. So as usual, I'll ask, does anybody have any questions or any items on the consent agenda that they want pulled for any reason for discussion? If not, what's
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. So I guess there are a bunch of resolution numbers I need here.
All right, Madam Chair, for item 4C, that would be 2023-002, D 003, E 004, F 005, G 006, and H 007 for the record. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. So there are no appointments or reappointments. That takes us to 6, which is miscellaneous action items. The first one is request for approval of comments from the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners to the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration regarding the Surplus Plutonium Disposition Program Draft EIS. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all three of us, Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Hamilton, have worked on this by holding town halls with our constituents and recognizing that the transportation impacts by radioactive material in the diluted and disposed process should Los Alamos National Laboratory be selected for that process could be very dangerous to our constituents, and that they have a great concern. I have consistently made comments whenever possible on this issue. I want to thank once again the County Attorney Office and Jeff Young for working on this with me. I supplied him with a draft, and he came up with a fantastic letter. So I want to recognize him again for that. And I feel like it's really important. The NNSA is not very forthcoming or accessible, and so therefore it is really important to make comments, although they will be in town on January 26th holding a public hearing, but unfortunately they are only holding it in Los Alamos. And I find that really challenging for my constituents to have to drive up that hill in the end of January. I mean, it is unknown whether there will be snow on the road or not, and that road is not the safest. So the fact that they have elected to hold public hearings in Carlsbad and Albuquerque and Los Alamos and not in Santa Fe is very concerning to me, and I do have a call scheduled with NNSA on Thursday expressing my concerns about that. And so that is one of the reasons why I wanted this letter to be done, because the deadline is, I believe, January 23rd, although I have a lot of deadlines in my mind for letters. But I also know, and I appreciate, Commissioner Green has a few changes that he would like to present on this letter, and I am willing to entertain those comments. So, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I appreciate the work that went into this. Thank you all. One of the aspects that I think our environment will be impacted by the increase of Los Alamos for this is the impacts on our regional housing crisis. And as we all know here, that we do have a regional housing crisis most acutely in Los Alamos, with spillover effects here in Santa Fe County. So as one of the aspects that I would hope to have included in this, I prepared a paragraph that would be speaking to the regional housing crisis that deals with both the commuting, the cost of living, the impact on our roads, the impact on our air that additional commutes would have. And if you would entertain me, I'll read it for the record, and I actually have prints for everybody if you'd like to have yours, your very own. What is the...
Yes, please, I think it would be better to read it. Now, it would be nice if you handed it out to everybody, because I think seeing it's important before it's voted on.
Excellent, thank you. So a paragraph would be added towards the end of one of the impacts on our regional housing crisis. It is titled, Santa Fe and Los Alamos region have experienced an acute and lasting shortage of housing that has impacted housing prices for rental and owned homes in the area. Home prices and rental rates have increased to levels beyond the capability of the local population to afford, resulting in the displacement of many who cannot afford to remain in the area. Increasing the operations and the workforce at Lannel to accommodate the SPDP will continue to pressure the housing market and result in increased unaffordability for existing residents. making longer commutes for those who remain in the area and pressuring many to relocate to more affordable communities. Increased commutes will result in increased air pollution through the use of fossil fuel-based transportation and through increased impacts on the degradation of our regional road system. Displacement by long-term residents will disrupt our cultural heritage and traditional family structures built in our area over centuries. Resulting sprawl will also impact the landscape and environment of the area. If it is amenable to the board, if that would be included, if that is pertinent and fits, I'd love to have that included.
And Commissioner Green, where would you suggest we put that, or do we want a new heading?
So that would be under one of the impacts. So there are bullet point impacts, so this would be potentially the last impact, bullet impact.
So I have some questions. And I'd like to entertain questions and discussion before that decision is made. Has this gone through legal?
No, I prepared it last night.
Okay. My substance question is, housing crisis issues are hugely important. It sounds, the way it's written, like it's not an impact of plutonium handling. It's the increased employment that's impacting, that would impact housing. And that sounds like, well, we can't have more employment because it's going to displace, because it's going to impact housing, which doesn't really make very much sense to me.
To your point, yes, I agree that this does increase employment, which employment is beneficial. However, we make choices about what type of employment we try to recruit into our community, and this would not be aligned with our mission and our goals of the community, of a healthy community, and so on. So
yeah, but that's a separate point. That's not the point of this paragraph. That is a valid argument of not wanting the employment from plutonium. That's not the argument. It's the secondary aspect of it that is.
So one of the comment, if I may interject, and I did share this with Commissioner Green, one of the aspects of writing these kind of letters is really addressing what they are asking you to address. Otherwise, it just gets disregarded. And, you know, but I'm not opposed to having this go through legal and adding it if we can make it. Does legal have a copy? Do you have a copy?
Well, they can get a copy. I mean,
Excuse me.
I'd like to interject right back that I kind of agree with that. Like, the housing issue is an important issue, and the type of employment is an important issue. But if it's not perceived as the direct issues of the EIS, I think it does have the potential to dilute the impact of the comments. But that would be your call in my mind.
So do you understand where I'm going, Commissioner Green?
Absolutely. So this was my comments on it, and as a novice on my first day here, I appreciate listening to this and entertaining this, but if this is not the time and the place for this specific letter, that's fine as well.
I think there is a time and a place for this comment. Yes. Just because we are commenting on a specific issue of an EIS, which they do not address housing, I believe, is one of their issues. Otherwise, Attorney Young would have probably addressed that, and he did shake his head that they do not address that. It's like with the Forest Service, if you don't address their issues and why you're objecting, they throw out your letter. And I don't want this letter thrown out because it's important for this board to comment on the transportation of surplus plutonium through our communities. And it does impact people's homes, definitely. But I think we address that in some way.
I am okay withdrawing it if it eases this and gets it in front of the right people faster and more effectively, so no
But
problem.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Green, for your diligence and commitment to coming up with ideas for this. I don't want to stop seeing that.
Absolutely. I second that, thank you.
No problem, thank you.
So is there further discussion on the resolution?
No, if I could, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion or questions or? And once again, thank you, Commissioner Green. It was very well done. Yeah,
I believe Commissioner Green also said there was a few typos.
There are, if they're minor, and I can, if it's okay, just to go over with legal before the finals. It's like a plural and an extra N somewhere in there.
Okay,
great.
that's great.
And under discussion, Commissioner Hughes.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to mention that, you know, the town hall we held on this issue was the best attended town hall we had since I was elected. And so this is a very deep concern among many of our constituents, and I'm glad that we're commenting and that Commissioner Hansen and legal took the time to write a really thorough letter on it. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, if I may, I sincerely want to thank our Green Commissioner, wait, we're both Green Commissioners, for the thought that was put into this. These are issues that are very real. I'm going to just say and openly disclose. 26 years ago, I lost my father today to leukemia that was through a dose reconstruction from the work. I also absolutely benefited from the national lab being up the road. So there are gives and takes for what we see at Los Alamos, and I want to commend Commissioner Green and Commissioner Hansen and the rest of the commission for such thoughtful letter to make sure that it doesn't get thrown out. And it is unfortunate that the meetings are not being held in our community, because it has been made very clear that the laboratory understands that it has both positive and negative impacts in our community. So we have to really, I was about to say stay aware of that, but I'm grateful because it's clear you are. So thank you, and that's all I would have to say. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. If there's no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you so much. And thank you for all the work, both Commissioner Hansen and Attorney Young. That takes us to item 6B, which is a resolution amending the Santa Fe County roadmap and certifying a report of the public roads in Santa Fe County. Talk about opposite ends of the spectrum. And welcome, Mr. Snyder.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, annually Santa Fe County is required by a state statute to submit its roads listing to NMDOT by April 1st, and we're bringing forward to you the resolution in the packet that we submit annually. This is in order for us to obtain funds that are generated by gas tax and motor vehicle tax. So we provide this by state statute. It's a roads listing of all the roads by district maps, and then linear feet and miles of roads based on the classifications. And that's in the packet before you today. As of April 1st, 2023, Santa Fe County maintains about 557 miles of road. And the main differences, as summarized in your memo, between 2022 and 2023, there's two of them. County Road 119 South changed from dirt, that's in Commission District 1, changed from dirt to chip seal. We did that as part of an LGRF chip sealing project earlier in 2022. And then the only other major change was, as part of the closure of the Tesuque transfer station, that dirt road was removed from the listing because it's on Tesuque public land, so it's no longer a county maintained road. As I summarized earlier, the exhibits in your packet include the resolution, a total summary of miles, and the types of roads by district, and the types of, whether it be paved, gravel, base course road, dirt road, and other roads by district. Moving forward in 2023, we recently, some of the commissioners that have been on I've heard this before. We recently have a road rating system. It used to be a Pazer road rating system. We've recently switched to LiDAR, and that LiDAR takes out the subjectivity of the road maintenance. It looks at the cracks, and it looks at the condition of the road, but plus the subbase of the road, and can give us a non-subjective assessment of the roads. And so we're going to take that information, and that's going to help us inform, in the next couple of months, we'll be talking about budget. That will help us inform our maintenance budget requests, as well as we'll fine-tune this annual report on lane miles and widths of road. So as we get this more accurate data, it will help us improve not only our reports, but it will also help improve how we do business in public works. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Excellent, thank you. Does anybody have questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad we're using, the data and getting better data. And I just wanted to confirm, there's no use for LiDAR on dirt roads, is there, or is there?
No, my understanding, not that I'm aware of, it's on the paved roads, and that's so we can get an assessment and a rating system, so we can know when they're ready to move to a next level of failure. The goal being not to allow it to move to that next level of failure. We can do maintenance as part of our operating budget to maintain the roads at that level, to maintain the life expectancy of the road, or better maintain the life expectancy of the road.
And so do we have not something maybe not as good as LiDAR, but do we have a rating system for our dirt roads as well to sort of keep track of when they need to be upgraded or improved or graded or anything like that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I'm not aware of a rating system that we utilize or that we have. What we have done recently, and we've spoken with you about this during some of our quarterly meetings, and is that as part of our Lucidity maintenance work order system, we've put those reoccurring roads that need to be graded into our Lucidity system, so they come up on whatever frequency, say it's monthly, quarterly, to grade those. Doesn't get at your question of a road rating system, but we're trying to use the information and the tools we have to better maintain those roads.
Okay, well, thank you, and I appreciate all the work that goes into not only listing the roads, but maintaining them, and I would go ahead and make a motion to approve the new road map for Santa Fe County.
Second?
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion, further questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great, and thank you so much, Mr. Snyder. Yes, I'm ready for. Why are you so on the ball this? I never ask for resolutions on time, resolution numbers.
Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2023-008.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That takes us to 6C, which is a final order in the matter of the case for Estancia subdivision conceptual plan. And we have Daniela Screen, and I assume anybody else to back you up.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. Roger's actually one page, so it has been corrected on board docs, but in case you're looking at a hard copy, this is the final version. So this is the final order for a subdivision conceptual plan for the Essentia subdivision. The board heard this case in September 2022, public comment was taken, and a public hearing was held. The subdivision is a 710-lot development on 277 acres and is located within the Community College District, which is the county's growth area. So after a land use case decision, that decision is brought back in front of the board with a final order for the BCC to approve. The subdivision was approved subject to 20 conditions that are listed on pages 4 to 6 of the final order, and the board also added 2 additional conditions in paragraph 20 on pages 6 and 7. And staff recommends approval of the final order as this case was approved on September 13th, 2022 by the board. And I'll stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you. So are there questions from anybody? Yes, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. I appreciate pulling this from the consent calendar and giving us a chance to debate it and to discuss it. One of the problems I have is that, coming from an architecture and a planning background, having a visual land plan actually attached to this would be very useful for us. And so at any time that anything can be showing us a plan and showing us, where open space is, what clustering means, how the road connections and the network is actually impacted. We drive down roads and we look at maps, but we don't read. And so neighbors and people that are watching tonight, it'd be useful if they were able to see a plan here. So that's a first comment. I do have a couple questions that may be for you or the applicant that have to do with some of the restrictions or some of the conditions of what they're planning over there. And if I may, are there going to be any restrictions or encouragements for additional dwelling units or accessory dwelling units there to allow for a different type of sort of rental housing or secondary units on any property? Are there going to be any restrictions in the covenants or anything like that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, this is in the community college district, so the lots are already pretty small. So I think the intention is the 710 as the total number of units, but there will be a variety of housing types. So, so some of them may be on larger lots, some of them may be on much smaller lots as townhomes.
Okay, but no specific restrictions in the covenants or the homeowners' docs that would restrict accessory dwelling units?
I don't believe they were proposed, but I think the 710 is the total that they could have here. If they wanted more, they would need to come back and amend their conceptual plan.
So the county would require them to come back, not just for an by right application to have an accessory, a rental unit added into the back of these homes?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, that would be correct. The code reads under the accessory dwelling unit section that unless the studies, reports, and assessments for a major subdivision included accessory dwelling units, that you can't have them. So in the community college district, it's not that common to see properties have accessory dwelling units. There is no limit on the total number of units allowed. In the community college district, there's more of a minimum level rather than a maximum level. So the applicant could come back and amend that plan. We would see the final layout as each phase of the plats come in, and we would be able to see if there were more than if there was more than one home on any lot.
Okay, just as a follow-up and less of a question, but that accessory dwelling units are a great opportunity for people to live by example, lead by example, and to have yes in my backyard, and to apply rental home for their own family or for anybody in the community. So I would hope that there weren't restrictions there. Do we know what the targeted price point of this is? Where how affordable or what the retail price is going to be for these homes at this point?
For the retail ones, I don't have that information. I know that the applicant's agent is here today, and that may have been part of the discussion during the actual public hearing, but I'm not aware of exactly what the price point will be.
That's fine, and as I've seen in past hearings, you can put a price out here today, and then by the time they go vertical, that price is much higher, or it doesn't get built if it's much lower, so no problem. And then the road next, I wish there was a map that showed the road network and solutions to this, but we're sort of flying a little blind here with just some text to it. Are there trails approved for this? Is there incorporated length of trails that interconnect with other neighborhoods and the other trails in the district?
Let me just check the initial report that went through. And related to the plan set, when we actually have a public hearing, we definitely provide all of that. It's not usual to do that with the final order, and I apologize, I should have realized that new commissioners would want to see that.
Sure, and it was removed from consent, so I understand, so no problem, understood.
I
And
understand.
just for the record, all that is still available on the September 2022 Word docs, electronic files.
Okay.
But if nobody told you that, it doesn't help, but.
I believe that there is a trail along the major road connection that goes from Avenida, let me see, the Vista del Monte connection to Avenida del Sur that's going to be made as part of this subdivision. There may well be north-south as well, though there's nothing directly south to of this project at the moment.
Come apart that way.
Sorry, two more questions. One, what is the closest supermarket and grocery store available to this location?
This is right on the corner of kind of just back from where the Allsops is at 14,599 and kind of like the I-25 area. So I would assume it's one of the grocery stores along Sorias Road.
So I recognize that location, and in our guidelines and the SLDC, it's discouraged for sprawl, and specifically, I think there was some testimony that this was not considered sprawl, but without amenities within walking distance or within at least a mile or two, and to be as far away as 4 or 5 miles, this becomes technically sprawl. So having something incorporated in the future in the area would be a best practice for making a community as opposed to just a bedroom community. It's one of the problems that some of our communities around town have, that they don't have a market within 3, 4, 5 miles, and it's unwalkable at any level. So this is an unwalkable, technically sprawl sort of bedroom community, but it's this far along, so just...
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Community College District is laid out to be able to have those commercial areas. In fact, most of the subdivision areas in the Community College District do have platted commercial and non-residential areas. The problem that we've seen is that the number of rooftops that are needed to keep a supermarket or something like that going are not yet in existence in that area. So it is our area that we don't want cookie cutter kind of 2.5 acre lots. We do want small lots, open space and trails between them, with the hope that in the future we will get those commercial areas built out and there will be some services.
I would recommend in future projects that come down the pike that we do reserve some for, they don't have to be for 50,000 square foot Allsops and mega supermarkets, but there are smaller players that can do community-sized supermarkets and restaurants and smaller community-based commercial spaces. Lastly, are there any amenities provided for in the plan, such as parks and trails, recreation facilities, community pools, dog parks, or playgrounds? I say that because this is near in the community college district, and this could, with 700 homes, overburden the community college's athletic facilities or the Genoveva Chavez facility, which is in the city, but as a good partner and neighbor, we should be working with them to address overburdening those facilities. Is there anything in this is there a clubhouse with some workout equipment? Is there anything to support the community in recreation, tennis courts, pickleball courts, dog parks?
The Community College District does require 50% open space, and so within this development, they do have a 6.9 acre community park. 3.5 acres of that is active recreation areas. As this is a conceptual plan, we don't have final design on that. They have a neighborhood park of 3.7 acres, and I believe there's 4 different neighborhood parks, and then they have native open space of about 131 acres, so that's where it would be left more natural, but the neighborhood and community park would be an actual active recreation area. And I did want to point out with this subdivision, they do require 15% affordable housing, which is a total of 80 affordable units.
That's great. The open space is not a park, and open space is generally useless, except it looks great. So I'm all for open space if you're clustering the homes, but parks are useful and recreation facilities are an actual asset. Open space is just reserved stuff. So there's a definitional and a use difference there. So I would recommend that there were playgrounds and specific details to make this a much more community-centric and allow the community to build amongst itself as opposed to overloading its neighbors. So with that, I appreciate the time and the information here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank the staff for capturing the two board conditions very well in the final order. And just to note for Commissioner Green's benefit that the original design that was rejected by the Planning Commission did not have the multifamily townhome area, and that was added to provide not accessory dwelling units, but that smaller sort of unit that could be rental or starter homes for people. And I think the other thing is I used to live in Rancho Viejo, and so far most of the commercial efforts in that area have failed. There was a little supermarket that failed. There was a coffee shop that is no longer there. And so I think Penny is right that there's going to need to be a few more houses before the commercial lots get the development to support those kind of businesses. But that's definitely the idea, that people be able, and when I lived there, I was happy that I could walk to the supermarket or the coffee shop, and it's too bad that for the people who live there now, those aren't there, but hopefully they'll come back when there's more people.
Excellent. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I want to kind of weigh in on that as somebody who worked on a lot of urbanism and new urbanism, is that, in Oshara Village, we really tried very diligently in the 2000s, early 2000s, to get a supermarket, to get even a restaurant, and finally on the Oshara Plaza there is now a pantry restaurant. But still, we all, and I think, I agree with you, Commissioner Green, that we want this new urbanism and smart growth and to provide amenities to people, but unless the market can bear the weight and bring the services to the people, or somehow we need to figure out a way to encourage that, because it didn't work so far also in Oshara. Although the Great Recession did not help matters. But at least we do have a restaurant in Oshara, which is progress, and I hope someday to see that they get more amenities out there. So I understand your concerns.
Great.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I move for approval of the final order.
Thank you. I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And thank you very much, Penny.
I think she's going to.
Yeah, she's going to do the next one. Are you going to do the next one?
I am, Commissioner.
So D is request approval of the affordable housing agreement for the Tierra Antigua subdivision. Thank you, Penny.
So on December 13th, the board approved the preliminary and final plat for the Tierra Antigua subdivision. It was a 23-lot subdivision on 44.51 acres off of Camino La Tierra in SDA 2. The property is zoned residential estate. When we did the noticing for that and when we did the agenda for that subdivision, there was an error in the noticing on the agenda, and the request for approval of the affordable housing agreement was not included in the agenda caption. The code does require that the BCC approves an affordable housing agreement, so we are now bringing that back to the board for approval. In accordance with the SLDC requirements. The subdivision request was for 23 lots based on density bonus calculated in section 812 of the code. They provided 50% of open space within the subdivision, and therefore the density went from 1 dwelling unit to 2.5 to 1 dwelling unit to 1.875 acres. So in accordance with the code, they were required to provide 1.84 affordable units, and that is rounded up to 2 affordable units. The code also allows that if an income range 1 affordable dwelling is provided, it would count as 2 affordable dwellings, and the applicant will be providing 1 income range 1 affordable dwelling. So it does satisfy the affordable housing obligation. The recommendation, the BCC has approved the preliminary and final plat for this subdivision. The affordable housing agreement was part of the platting application. The applicant and legal department have signed the agreement. Affordable housing administrator has reviewed and approved the agreement, and therefore staff recommends approval of the affordable housing agreement. And I stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you very much. So, are there questions?
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Second?
Thank you. If there's no discussion, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, great, thank you.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Mitch. So that takes us to item 7. We have a presentation on the RISE reentry services offered by the LifeLink program. And I'm not sure who's Elizabeth Peterson, Janella Bohannon, and Annalyn Schwegel.
Integrating into social equally, society equal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Elizabeth Peterson. I'm the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program Manager for Santa Fe Community Services Department, and I'm also the contract manager for the RISE program at the LifeLink.
Oh, well, you said we're at 60 now. And then, okay, that's not giving the wrong information.
If there's
Okay.
Thank you.
With me is Janelle Bohannon. Sorry about that. The Outreach Services Program Manager at the LifeLink. She's going to introduce you to a new and promising program.
Laura, it's yours.
2022. It's a program that's really assisting individuals that have behavioral health needs who are at the reentry pod at Santa Fe County Detention. And it's based on the experiences of a reentry navigator that the county's funded for, I think, since 2019. And this individual, Annalyn Schwegel, who's not here today because she's traveling back from a well-earned vacation, she experienced successes and failures within our community and within our community services. And she came up with an idea for RISE. So we are here today to introduce the RISE program. And with that, here's Janelle Bohannon.
Hi. So disclaimer, I'm super awkward and I hate presenting, but I have to name it to tame it, okay? So.
We're glad to have you.
Thank you. So, of course, like Elizabeth was saying, the RISE program was developed from the perspective of our reentry specialist, Annalyn Schwegel. She goes by Bagel, so you'll hear me say that a lot more. Annalyn isn't natural for me. She has her own criminal history, and what she reported was that it was a lot easier for her to just return to jail than try and make it through to get back on her feet. And so in doing the work and also having the lived experiences, she saw that the barriers were housing, employment, and finding community resources. RISE is designed to equip individuals with those things. You're okay. So the New Mexico recidivism rate is at 49.1%. In the last, it was from the beginning of 2021 till about September of 2021, our reentry specialist, Bagel, served 65 clients. Oh gosh, I got my years wrong. And then as of September 22, only 4 had returned to the jail, and that was reported from the clinical director there. So the overall goal of RISE is to address the highest barriers faced by our clients exiting the jail. This includes the lack of adequate shelter, both short and long term, limited employment, transportation, and accessibility to resources, including just navigating systems. Our county navigator is currently in the jail 1 day a week, and during that time she builds rapport with the clients so that they get prepared and they have like a familiar face to meet on the outside. And so that's very helpful in getting people to return to her. So the overall structure is that prior to release, clients that are identified by the reentry team inside the jail are entered into a matrix pod, which serves as like I know the words are on there, I just can't see them too well. I need glasses. It gets them prepared for release, and they also have to be sober for 30 days. And so what they had seen in the jail is that when people went through the matrix pod and they were sober, they didn't want to go back to general population. And so they created the reentry pod. So it's a pod of clients that are all working towards the same goals and all sober. And so our program is broken down into a 90-day program. In the first 45 days after release, they have to meet these goals that we've set and that they are also setting, so such as opening a bank account and saving money that would eventually become move-in costs for themselves. They have to engage in supportive services and then work on their independent living skills. And so we did secure a home with a kitchen and all that. And so we're gonna have like chore charts, and you have to cook and do dishes and really get back on your feet. So in the second 45 days, we'll begin the housing search, and they can apply for programs through the LifeLink, such as rapid rehousing, and then any other housing programs that we offer if they qualify, such as PSH, which is for those who are chronically homeless, or linkages, which is for people who have a disability and are precariously housed. And then during the second 45 days, they'll also continue their supportive services. And the goal is that our support will continue past the 90 days. Grand scheme of things, we hope that we could have like, sorry, Bagel's so much better at saying this than I am, but have like a community for these people. And so that it's not just natural to return back to jail, but they have something to live for outside. And that's it, thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. You may feel Bagel does a better job, but honestly, you spoke to us so well. I mean, I really got a lot from what you said and really appreciate that you took the time to be here. Do we have questions? Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this sounds like a great program. I just have a couple questions. What does the initial housing look like when they get out of jail? Do you have a halfway house, or what do you have for them to live in?
Madam Commissioner and Commissioner Hughes, I'm gonna have to get used to that. So yeah, we did secure our own house that's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, and that's what it's gonna be, like a transitional living for that 90 days.
And how many people can you house there?
Ideally 6, so that's 2 to a room.
Okay. And the other question I have is, I mean, I don't know how you not be sober in jail, but why is there a requirement for sobriety?
Matrix program.
Oh, you have to be part of the Matrix program to do this? Is that what it is?
Yeah, so, sorry, excuse me, Commissioner Hughes, Madam
That's okay.
Commissioner. Okay. So ideally, yes. So the individuals are selected by the reentry team inside the jail, and they're kind of screened as who would be a good candidate. So that's kind of the way it's going through. However, if there's another individual that kind of meets the same criteria, they can get into our program as well.
Okay, so they don't have to be part of the Matrix program. That's what's happening so far.
Yeah, that's just kind of where our referral is coming through at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Janelle. Thank you, Elizabeth. It's nice to see both of you again. You did great. Yeah, don't worry. Sometimes I have a hard time reading the screen in front of me, so you did great. I was also concerned about this halfway house. I think this is something that is really important when people are released from jail. This is definitely a way for people to transition. And I think this RISE program is really important to help people get out of jail. What I'm wondering, I had a town hall last night with constituents in my neighborhood, Casa Alegre. They are very concerned about the lamplighter and the entry and concerns about LifeLink and et cetera, since they all live right around there. So I feel like it's my responsibility to express their views, but they are quite concerned that, you know, who's going to live at LifeLink. And, you know, like, I don't think that LifeLink, the lamplighter, is going to be a halfway house. And I did not suggest that in any way. But I do think that these halfway houses or homes for people to make the transition are so important for homelessness and all the other issues. And I've mentioned this before, but you know, like in the past, in the 40s and the 30s, we had boarding houses where people had the possibility to have a roof over their head, and we had a different model of people being able to enter housing. And, you know, Borders was one way that people entered the housing market. And, you know, so we really need to look at more forms and alternative forms of housing for people, because one halfway house is not going to suffice. So I'm glad that we have one, but I do think we need more. I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate attending the gala. That was a really great event for LifeLink. And thank you all for your work, and thank you, Elizabeth, for being at the county. It's always good to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you have Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate what you guys are doing and the data that you provide. I hope that you work deeper into the data as this program progresses, such as first time somebody goes to jail and gets out. Hopefully jail teaches them as much as your program gives them a transition, and then the folks that are repeat offenders, as it may be, can this change their behavior, right? Can this give them a new leg out of jail, right? So if you know, sometimes jail would probably scare a good percentage straight. They're the ones that are repeat offenders, or whether you're having a real impact on them. And I'd love to see data on that in the future. And you did a great job. I'm just as nervous as you are up here. This is my first day, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante, did you have anything?
Madam Chair, just for the opportunity to say bagel schwagel, thank you. And actually, where it comes from.
Yeah.
I have to concur, you did a great job, and I am completely grateful for the work that you do. I'm not unfamiliar with the difference that you make in people's lives. And I want to commend you and Bagel Schwagel for the work that you all have brought for us to learn about today. Thank you.
Excellent. I did have it, and then I know Rachel O'Connor's, I think, on WebEx, and I'll call on her in a minute. I had a question, though, and that was 65 people. That's a great number. I mean, it seems like a lot to have served in a year, and it's a really good recidivism rate, but I'm guessing that it's not a high percentage of the total population, is it? And so that sounds like this is a good start, but it's essentially at a pilot level, and okay, that makes sense.
Madam Chair, it's definitely at the pilot level, and we're looking at creating a program where Commissioner Green, where we really are looking at data and recidivism data. This also means that we're working hand in hand with the reentry team, which is really important. They're providing us with information, and we're able to use that in order to create the best services in the county, in the community for folks.
Excellent. Thank you. Director O'Connor, you're on WebEx.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to add a few small things, if I could, to this presentation, which was very nicely done, I thought. It's been an incremental growth, both at the jail and within LifeLink, to do reentry work. If you can recall, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, we funded the first internal reentry team at the jail. And of course, there was additional work put into reentry with the development of the Matrix program. And of course, the reentry pod that now exists at the county jail. I think one of the nicest things about this program is that its relationship with the Santa Fe County Jail is positive. A very good working relationship between the jail and LifeLink really allows for a warm handoff, which is so important when somebody's leaving a period of incarceration. And then the other two things I wanted to mention is we did start this program as a pilot. We are expanding it based on the initial numbers. So while we have one bagel, we will soon have several more, maybe not of exactly like Bagel, who I think commands presence just on her own, but the program is expanding to try to serve additional people that are leaving the jail. And the last thing I want to say is one of the reasons that we decided to expand this program is the incredible reception from the community and the fellow providers that LifeLink has. For example, our La Sala Crisis Center has great respect and works very intimately with LifeLink on this program. The jail works respectfully and hand in hand with this program. Many of the community providers have asked for expansion of this and are in great respect of the work that LifeLink is doing to assist people that are moving out of the Santa Fe County Jail. So thank you for letting me add that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rachel. Are there other questions on this? It was really great to hear about this. I imagine my colleagues really appreciate getting presentations like this from the real people who are doing the real work and getting the updates. So I find this very valuable. Thank you so much for being here. So that takes us back to matters of public concern. So I'm going to reopen matters of public concern. First, I'm going to ask, is there anybody here in chambers who wanted to speak to any issue? And if you could come forward, and we typically provide 3 minutes. If you could introduce yourself and then speak to your issue.
I'm very hard of hearing, so if I act like I can't hear you, I'm not here. I can't hear you.
Thank you for letting us know.
Well, thanks to the board for letting me address you today. The issue I have is, I think, of a vital concern, so I hope I get your attention. And I think it requires your action, and I think it's going to require in the near future that it's going to require an agenda item so you can put some time on it, which it needs. The item is that you have a defective OMA resolution in spite of the fact that you passed one in December. It isn't a surprise that it got passed in December because your OMA resolution has been, as far as I can tell from some research, defective since 2013. That's when you changed it in response to the OMA law being changed by the legislature. The attorney, who no longer works for Santa Fe County, did a hack job on it and he got it all wrong. It's not only out of compliance with the Attorney General guidance on the matter, it's also illegal. And it's been passed down from 2013 until today, basically unchanged, and people have passed it around and passed it over and have not looked at it, include Jake Schaffer, your current county manager, who was county attorney. So all of these people and the board have stamped this OMA resolution, which is a terrible resolution, every year reliably. You bring it up, do a consent on agenda or something, and you say, okay, next on the agenda, and you never look at it. It's time you look at it. I ran into it because I attended a meeting of the Ethics Board, which most of you are familiar with, which has an admirable goal, which is to see to ethics in the county. I'm not having much time here, so I'm going to tell you, the Ethics Board right now, as far as I can tell, is unethical, mostly by the fact that they're misguided by the county staff, who themselves are misguided by things like the OMA resolution. To this point, based on 2 meetings in November where I attended of the board, oh, by the way, the only member of the public apparently had ever bothered to show up because of things like your defective OMA resolution. So to this point, they have violated the OMA, Open Meetings Act. They have violated the EPRA Act, the Public Records Act. The Code of Conduct has been violated, and the Act for people with disabilities, the Federal Act, has been violated. So you got 4 violations. That's in 2 meetings. That must be a new record. So please take this up. It deserves your attention. You need to pass a new, legal, compliant OMA resolution, and you really need to take a look at the ethics of this county, because right now, I'm having a hard time running into anybody that's ethical. So I hope you're ethical, and we'll take this up. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
I really can't answer questions because I'm pretty much deaf.
That's fine.
Thank
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here in the chambers wants to speak to matters of public concern? Seeing none, is there anybody on WebEx from the public who wishes to speak to the board? If there Daniel or Laura, do you see anybody on who?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody on WebEx indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you so much, Daniel. I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern. And that would take us to item 9, which is matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would just use this as an opportunity to remind them from different sources, but we've done our part at the county to try and get the word out of the opportunity for consumers to challenge the FCC's broadband data relative to both fixed and mobile broadband service. Would encourage, again, consumers and our constituents to go to our website for additional information as to how you can do that. It's pretty simple in terms of the process, and it's significant to our community because the accuracy of that data will help determine how federal funding for high-speed internet infrastructure investments are allocated. So it's important that everyone take a few minutes to do their part to make sure that the data is accurate. Want to provide a heads up that Santa Fe County will be featured on PBS's Travels with Darley's special 10th anniversary season. Episodes will be broadcast on January 28th at 10 a.m. and February 4th at 10 a.m. and will feature a variety of tourist attractions and events in the Santa Fe area. It's a great opportunity for our tourism group to spread the word relative to Santa Fe County as a tourist destination. Do want to note that the 2023 Omnibus Appropriations Bill did include $2.4 million for the restucco of public housing communities in Santa Fe County and managed by Santa Fe County. So a special thank you to Senators Lujan and Heinrich for including that congressional direct spending, the request in that bill. And looking forward to the beginning of the legislative session next Tuesday, and we'll be reaching out to commissioners to ensure that we're coordinating with you relative to lobbying activity. Relative to COVID-19 updates, would note that the governor has extended the statewide public health emergency for COVID-19 through February 3rd of this year, and would just again urge caution both for county staff as well as our community with the level of respiratory illness that is in our community. It's not just COVID, it's the flu, it's RSV, what have you, to remain vigilant so that we can all stay well and do our part to minimize the burden on our first-line health responders. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, County Manager, I'm surprised there's not a legislative update so that we could talk about legislation that's, I'm sorry I missed that on Friday, that I didn't see, that we normally have a legislative section so that we can talk about legislation that's coming up. And I did want to mention something, so I'll mention that later under my matters from County Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that feedback, Commissioner. Our intent was to begin that as a regular item of business, beginning with the next meeting, and regret if there was a dire start that at this meeting, but we'll note that for the future. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That would take us to matters from commissioners and other elected officials. This is item 10. So A is matters from commissioner issues, comments, including, but not limited to, constituent concerns, etc. Do you guys want to go first or last? We'll let, huh? Don't make them go first. Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few things on my list, but I will start with the legislative update. Like, I would have liked to have been able to talk about a couple of the bills that are being introduced, especially one on the sound of mufflers and noise that I believe has been introduced, and so I'd like an overview from Hutch at the next meeting on that and where it stands. There is a movement afoot in the legislature to bring forward a bill that would do an inspection of Class A counties on noise and mufflers from automobiles. That's brought forward by the city of Santa Fe, and then Senator Worth is carrying it. I don't know how I feel about it. I have mixed feelings about it, but it is a huge issue of my concern of my constituents, is the amount of noise from the mufflers that have a certain level of, there is a state law that requires that they be below a certain decimal point, and I don't know how really we're going to solve that problem, but it is an issue that's afoot. So I will move on from there and go to Saturday was probably one of my most favorite days in the New Mexican. On the front page, the WOTUS rule, which is Waters of the U.S., was finally released and rewritten, and this is something I have advocated for on the federal level and in the state level for the last 5.5 years. And to see that we got a new WOTUS rule, Waters of the U.S., is so important to me because it is important to all of the New Mexicans because we are the ones who are going to benefit from this new rule. It now is willing to recognize intermittent and ephemeral as part of Waters of the U.S. and certain designations. And so that was the first thing that was in the paper. Then the next thing that was in the paper, and I have shared this with many people, but I have not had a chance to share this on the dais, was the fact that the National Heritage Area Act was reauthorized in Congress on December 22nd. It was a miracle. It was against all odds that on December 20th, the Senate, unanimous consent passed the National Heritage Area Act. And then the next day, President Zelensky was here, but it went to the Rules Committee in the House, and the Rules Committee passed it out of the Rules Committee. And one of the things that has been stopping us on the higher level was the Republicans did not want to include the National Heritage Area Act in the omnibus bill or in the MDA. And I had also worked with NACO for the last 2.5 years to have a resolution at NACO supporting all the national heritage areas. It was passed out of the Arts and Culture Committee and out of the Environment, Energy, and Land Use, and therefore NACO started writing letters. I mean, I was on the email and the phone with NACO saying, I need you to call all these Republicans, I need you to call leadership. And they did it. And then the National Heritage Area on December 22nd passed out of the House 326 to 95, which is a miracle. And a Republican said, and I think this is a sign of how anything is going to get through the House in the next 2 years, is that they were willing to support standalone bills. So that was in the New Mexican, it was in the Taos News Today, it was also in the LA Post, so we got a fair amount of coverage. And the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area is now secure for the next 15 years with at minimum $500,000 yearly budget, which means that, we have to raise another basically $1 million to match that, but that is money that we can distribute in northern New Mexico, and I can't tell you how happy it makes me to know that we can benefit communities in the north. And then the last was that I had a letter to the editor on the Santa Fe Mountain Resiliency Landscape Project and working together and how I held. And I felt that there was a need to set the record straight. And part of setting the record straight was that the Fireshed Coalition was clearly invited to the listening session, and they themselves declined to participate. So I find it a little odd. But I was very happy to have all of that happen on one day. I had a wonderful day on Saturday. I just want you to all know it made my day. So I'm going to leave it there for the updates at the moment. I do have some more ideas for later on, but I'll leave it there. And thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for allowing me to indulge you with all my good news.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple items. One is that I believe the gentleman who just spoke to us in the Matters from Public Concern is also the one who's been emailing us, and I guess I would request that our attorney just take a look at our Open Meetings Act resolution and tell us if it's good enough or if it needs a little tweak. I don't think it's an utter disaster, but I do think he had maybe, from the email I couldn't understand it, but I think he maybe had one little complaint about it. So it'd be good to check on that. We had a town hall meeting in my district at the Rancho Viejo Firehouse. Last week, it was mainly around legislative issues, and Senator Stefanix was there along with Representative Renee Sapansky and Representative Matthew McQueen. Commissioner Bustamante and I attended, and it was very well attended, standing room only. There was almost an equal number of people with county issues as state issues. It was a lot of good discussion. People were bringing concerns about land use cases, and we deferred them to try and speak to those at the appropriate time, which they mostly honored. Not quite all, but mostly. I wanted to mention that I'm meeting with staff next week to work on perhaps a tweak to the road adoption policy that may be needed to adopt the one road in my district that I know is in terrible shape, and I think our transportation planner, Brett Clavio, has made a list of, I believe, 10 roads that might be up for adoption, over the next few years to keep our roads in good shape. And I think as a growing county, we ought to be willing to, adopt a road every now and then to keep everything moving. And finally, I just want to mention that I did talk to Senator Stefanix about introducing a bill to change the rules to make the way we run our public housing authority comply with the way the state expects, and she agreed to do that. And for those of you who don't know, I think this is the way it happened. I think that the county took over the housing authority many years ago when it was in trouble and basically incorporated it into the county so that the county commissioners are board members of the housing authority. I think it was after that happened that the state passed rules for housing authorities that said elected officials should not serve on boards of housing authorities. None of us understands, at least in Santa Fe County, we don't know why they would have put that prohibition on there. So we're going to ask that that be removed. And we're starting a little late, so I don't know if this will make it all the way through this year, but at least we can get started on that process. And thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me.
Excellent. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I forgot to mention that, and Commissioner Hughes reminded me, I am having a town hall with Representative Chandler, Representative Lujan, and Representative Romero, tomorrow night at the Nancy Rodriguez Center, 5:30, and everyone is invited, so please join us. It will be basically a legislative session, but I'm sure there'll be people who want to talk about county issues also. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Commissioner Bustamante?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. The one thing that I learned as I was going through the process of determining whether or not I was going to run for office were the number of times as president of the La Cienega Valley Association, we would bring up an issue, and the answer was, yes, and that's happening throughout the county. So one of those issues is drag racing and traffic control, and that's been an issue now. I am incredibly rural. Our area, District 3, is, I would say, probably the most rural. It is the most rural. And a lot of the old roads and areas are these old cattle runs. I remember when Los Pinos Road was literally a grass-rutted road. I mean, rode a little dirt bike on it, and now it's almost a freeway. I'm looking out, and I can tell that there are people who would probably remember when it was grass-rutted, and now that you can go 70 miles an hour on it, people do. So I'd like to see, for future purposes, going over the recent thing that we just looked at with regard to the roads and the number of dead ends. Last year in December, I believe it was last winter, if it was not the one before, but it was below freezing, and we had a fire sustained on Paseo de Sirivaca. And it was very cold, but the brush is dry. And yes, we had moisture this past year, but when it's below freezing, it's difficult for a fire usually to hold and start to continue to burn. It creates a problem in an area like that because of the egress. It's a dead end. And going through the road list that we approved earlier in this meeting, it raises the flags for me and raises the concerns of those areas that are dead ends and that may be heavily brushed and have a lot of foliage that will be dry. And what do we do to make sure that people are able to safely leave and evacuate in the event of an emergency? To that end, in the conversations that we started last year in La Cienega, we have now, on the 28th of January, the La Cienega Valley Association with our emergency manager, Chief Vigil, and his team will be conducting an evacuation similar to Smokey Bear. Thank you for your leadership on that. We went out, former Commissioner Linda Grill and I went and observed what was happening at Smokey Bear 1. We will now do Smokey Bear 2 on the 28th, and the community will evacuate, and the emergency services will come in, and we'll see how well people are able to get out and how many people, how safely the emergency services will be able to get in. So I'm asking for future purposes and see, well, having discussed this with Public Works, and I will acknowledge that there are a lot of places where I do have more to learn, and understanding with Public Works that there are priorities, but also ensuring that when we look at these priorities, where might we have the type of issue of egress and concern for an emergency evacuation, as well as looking at traffic calming in our road areas and that type of concern. Those have been long on the agenda in La Cienega. I will say I can go back to quadrupled the population since rural areas become more populated and essentially become neighborhoods. So I appreciate that, and I think with that, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Green.
Closely with you. First off, I'd like to thank staff for making me feel, and I'm sure Commissioner Bustamante feels the same, but thank you for welcoming us and making us feel comfortable up here and transitioning us into being your county commissioners, your newest county commissioners. The staff has been wonderful, and it's been a great experience so far, and I look forward to working with you all as things go on. I'd like to congratulate Governor Milton Herrera of Tesuque Pueblo and Lieutenant Governor Floyd Samuel as the new leaders of Tesuque Pueblo and the new tribal council at Tesuque. They have been installed in office since January 1st, and I want to congratulate them for leading their community as part of my constituency as well. I'd also like to give a shout out to Speaker Egolf, who will be finishing up his speakership in the next week or so. He did a great job for our community as my representative, as well as a great representative for the state of New Mexico. And so, Speaker Egolf, congratulations, and thank you very much for doing all the work you did for Santa Fe and New Mexico as a whole. Over the past few weeks, I've been able to reach out to some constituencies, have spoken to a number of pueblos and to a number of communities, speaking with the city of Espanola, some of the pueblos as mentioned, and it's been a great conversation to have, and I encourage everybody to reach out to me to continue that and to tell me your concerns so I can voice them and up here. Tomorrow, we've organized a tour of the Nambe-Powake Valley Water Treatment Facility that is under construction at the San Ildefonso Pueblo. We're going to be meeting with the Bureau of Reclamation, who's constructing it, and we have a number of attendees from the legislature and from the constituent communities that will be served by this, being the Pueblos and Santa Fe County. I'm very happy that that we have Commissioner Hansen is going to join us, and County Manager Greg Schaefer is going to be there, and I encourage folks from the Pueblos to show up as well, and the leadership of anybody in the water department to show up as well. Some of the issues that I hope to work on in the next few weeks and months will be a broadband plan for a 5-year and 10-year plan so that we can reach potentially 80% of the county with broadband and fiber over the next few years. There's historic money coming in from the feds right now and a lot of coordination through the state, and so we need to really set to planning this so we can put a plan together that we can execute over the next few years to get broadband to everybody. I'd like to work with the tribes and to do some outreach and some of the less underserved or the underserved communities, Spanish-speaking and some of the Native American tribes on economic development. They haven't been attended to over the past few years, and with conversation with them, they seem to be ready and willing to discuss ways that the county can partner with them and facilitate some major economic development. Some strategic housing initiatives that would be focused on housing for our critical workforce. Those would be police and sheriff's deputies, our fire department, our teachers, and our medical staff. If we don't have a home for them in our community, we don't have a safe and healthy community. So they are the most critical part of the workforce that we need to focus on, and I hope to work with the school district and the city and bring the county along so that we can partner and provide housing for these critical workers. I'd hope to work with LANL and the regional partners for a DOE collaboration center. There'll be more about that in the next few months, but this is a facility to work on collaboration across the DOE spectrum to focus on sustainability and global sustainability projects at a local level, but across the globe. Also working to get some ADU incentives. Again, we talked about this earlier. Accessory dwelling units are a great opportunity for people to step up and be YIMBYs, yes, in my backyard, and put a guest house in their backyard. It is the typology of architecture and home that we need in this community. Single-family homes are wonderful, and apartments are great, and townhomes are great, but the entry-level home for a lot of people is somebody's guest unit in their backyard, and it makes for a great entrepreneurial experience for people to earn some income off of their property. I hope to find a solution to the Tesuque Valley's solid waste problem. The closure of the transfer station left a lot of people up in Rio and Medio in the Tesuque Valley a little inconvenience, to say the least, and I've heard from a number of constituents, and I hope to find a solution there. Having spoken to some folks at Tesuque Pueblo, I think there is a solution to reopen the existing or the pre-existing transfer station, as well as working with them to clean up the old open-air dump that is there that needs to be remediated, and the county can step up to help the Pueblo do that. There are some wastewater issues, as the commission has heard over the past few years in the Tesuque Valley. We're going to hear, I think, later about the Opera needing some wastewater facilities. Bishop's Lodge Resort needs some updating of their wastewater that could actually create a wastewater treatment facility regionalized for the community that would then be able to harvest the return. Very happy to see something on the ICIP list to work with Rio and Medio to help with their rebuilding, to find a win-win solution for the folks that live up there, give them a safer valley to live in, as well as provide access to the folks that love hiking in the Rio and Medio Trail up into the National Forest. And then one last thing, I hope to work with HR and to really look at the amount of money that's coming in from infrastructure and opportunities in broadband and infrastructure to make sure that the county has the capacity to get grants and to spend the money, and so that this once in a lifetime and this historic opportunity can be maximized by the county, and that we can take advantage of that. Thank you again, everybody. I'm really encouraged by working here, and thank you, everybody up here.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to add to a couple of things that I'm really grateful to hear that you're doing a Smokey Bear too. Chief Vigil did just a fabulous job planning and implementing that exercise in my district last year. And I just wanted to point out, like, I have several, but a couple of very sort of, almost, at least one very infamous, one way in, one way out areas in the La Barberia area. And I had been working with Public Works, who's well represented here today, very closely. They did a great job helping plan out an idea for getting a project on the ICIP that would allow for the further planning and development of that. And they worked with Chief Feehill and attended the exercise, took notes, and so it was this great collaboration between Public Works for implementation and our emergency management group for really understanding the problems. And so I wonder if that might be something, I imagine Public Works would be perfectly willing to do that second thing. I know we're working on a second ingress-egress issue in the Arroyo Hondo area, but it's the same sort of thing. Those things they're really important, and we're going to have many more. We're going to have more and more pressure from those sorts of emergencies, right? And it's the details, it's the reality of how you implement them. So it's fabulous that you're already dealing with that. And I just wanted to share that because I have tremendous, concerns and interest in trying to, as you well know, in trying to address these things.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes,
may just
please.
really thank Chief Feehill for showing up, knowing that he's very understaffed right now and has been in our community every month since we started these discussions at least 6 months ago. So I just really want to commend him for that effort as well as the discussion about a county-wide plan for how we would address these issues.
Yes, that's a definite need, and we have some things to talk about. Commissioner Hanson and I are actually working on a resolution regarding the emergency management needs there, and so we could, and maybe should talk to you about including some of that. So, and the other thing is, I wanted to reiterate what Manager Schaefer brought up, and now Commissioner Green has also alluded to. The broadband issues in my district and the whole county, I mean, are really critical, and Commissioner Green's right. This is an unprecedented time for how many resources are being provided, but some of our departments have actually done a really good job writing grants for this sort of thing, and they've been squashed because of misinformation by the industry, and it's a real challenge. And so this opportunity, as remote as it seems, like as disconnected as it seems, to have to get online and address FCC, information about what kind of service you get for broadband, it's probably a critical thing to do. And if there's anybody online listening, I just fully support, I just wanted to reiterate what Manager Schaefer already said, that this is really critical because the county is working, I mean, this has been important to almost all of the commissioners, and it's really encouraging to have yet another commissioner who actually has a huge amount of experience in this, in Commissioner Green, to further our attempts to improve our broadband service. But we've been trying to step up, and those efforts get thwarted by misinformation. And so I just wanted to point out how important this, next 3 days of opportunity might be in trying to address that. If there's nothing else from the commissioners, I'm going to slip right on to 10B, which is from matters from other elected officials. So I see our clerk made good.
Clerks. We have nothing today, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. I don't see any other elected officials present in chambers, but are there any elected officials on WebEx who wish to speak to matters they may have? So not to put anybody on the spot, but Treasurer, if you're there, I mean, if you would care to speak at this time, please feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, and if not, that's great, but thank you for attending. Really appreciate your presence. That takes us to item C, which is at the beginning of every year we re-elect the chair and vice chair for this respected body. And item C is election of the Board of County Commissioners chair for 2023. And I would like to start out by thanking everybody for the honor of leading this respected board for the previous year, and would like to do something the chair doesn't usually get to do, which is to, initiate something. I'd like to nominate Commissioner Hanson as chair.
I will second that, and I also want to thank you for serving as chair. You've done a great job. And I think it's interesting that on the last meeting, you finally got all the resolution. You never forgot. Once, on your last day, you never forgot a resolution.
At the very end, but thank you for noting that. I mean, at least once,
I'm happy to second your nomination.
Excellent, thank you. Is there any discussion, or Commissioner Green?
Just to thank you. This was great for our first meeting. I got to be with you as the chair for a little while, so this was wonderful, so thank you. And I got to witness a couple meetings, and you did a great job, so thank you for passing the baton and doing a great job.
Thank you. So we have a nomination, a motion, and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent. Here, do me a favor, pass this down, just symbolically. And that would take us to 10D, which is election of the vice chair. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I would like to nominate Commissioner Hughes as vice chair.
And I will second that.
Excellent. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? So I take this opportunity to congratulate Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hughes. Thank you very much for being willing to serve. And then it takes us to what can potentially be the messier part of it, because there are so many and it's a lot to deal with. Welcome Sarah Smith to walk us through the appointments of to boards and committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Sarah Smith with the County Manager's Office. You know me well, but this is my first time presenting. I'm here to present this item requesting appointments of commissioners and staff to the county's boards and committees for calendar year 2023. Your packet material includes a memo which summarizes each of the boards and committees for which appointment is needed, and a matrix that lays out last year's appointments for reference. I will not repeat all this information for you now, but I would like to call your attention to the following three boards which require attention, as former Commissioners Henry Roybal and Rudy Garcia and former staffers served as primary representatives: the Estancia Valley Economic Development Association, the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, and the ReadyNet Board. And staff would like to make two recommendations. First, county staff recommends that commissioners be appointed as the primary and alternate representatives to the ReadyNet Board, rather than staff. That recommendation is based upon the importance of broadband access to the county from a policy perspective. While appropriate staff from the Community Development Department would support the commissioners on the ReadyNet Board, county commissioner representation on the ReadyNet Board would help establish a policymaker bridge between ReadyNet and the Board of County Commissioners to this important area. In addition, Commissioner Green has served on the ReadyNet Board as the representative of another member, so he has requisite experience. Secondly, county staff recommends that County Manager Schaefer remain as the county official to the New Mexico County Insurance Authority Board of Directors. Greg has served on this board since 2019, including the last 2 years as the vice chair, and during that time, he has learned a lot about the insurance industry and is well positioned to help NMCIA address the coverage needs of Santa Fe County and other member counties. In addition, his training as a lawyer and previous service as a judge is useful to the board when evaluating claims. So I am available, as well as Manager Schaefer is, to answer any questions that you have.
Excellent. So in recent previous years, we've made great progress on this by sort of cutting to the chase, to the things that require, that are, that are changes. And you did a great job starting us out on that. It would certainly make sense to, there are certain committees that and boards that at this point is really beneficial to not make changes on. So each person can speak to their own desires. I know that the boards that are important, that I think to me to stay on, are the Buckman Direct Diversion and then audit and investment. And frankly, I have gotten a lot out of serving on SWAMA, but I'm one of the primary representatives. That is one that would also be good experience for new commissioners. I certainly agree with, it's kind of the, is it fair to say elephant in the room, that Commissioner Green has served on the Ready Net board. That just makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know if you have any interest in that.
Absolutely. I would be honored to serve, and I would hope that whether somebody else from staff, from the commission wants to serve, or if another staff member wants to be the alternate, that would be great. I'm happy to bring people as much up to speed. I haven't been on the ReadyNet board for a few years now, but I did serve a few years ago, so I'd be happy to serve again.
Okay, great. So I just think the statements of what you're willing, something you're willing to put up for trade, which I just did with SWAMA, if there's some serious interest from a new board member that doesn't feel like they have enough things that really challenge them.
Madam Chair,
yes.
if I may, I would like to offer being on SWAMA.
Yeah, okay, well, that totally makes sense to me. So there we have one switch that I'm perfectly willing to make. And so I'm going to go to the other two senior commissioners and see what they have to say, and then we can, basically, it's just the things that have to change that we can swap around. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, of course, feel very strongly about myself and Commissioner Hamilton remaining on the Buckman Direct Diversion. I'd be happy to share any information about that, but in the 6 years that we have served on that board, we have won a $70 million lawsuit, which would not have happened if Commissioner Hamilton and myself had not been on that board. We are now in the process of working on the issues of changing that or in distributing that money and repairing Buckman, and I think it's very important that we continue to represent the county on that board. I am elected chair of the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, and therefore I would like to stay, since I am the chair and I have been a founding member of getting the county involved in that board, and since in my term, and I'm honored to be elected by a number of other officials as the chair of that community, the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, including Los Alamos, Albuquerque, Las Cruces, Taos County and City, and the City of Santa Fe. I also would like to stay on the Metropolitan Planning Organization. I think that I have been the alternate for a number, I have been the primary and the alternate to the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, and I think that that would be a great place for Commissioner Green as a primary, and there are as two alternates, and if nobody else is interested in one of those alternates, I would be willing to continue to serve on that. I am also the president of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, and I feel completely committed to that organization. And having had this huge win, I would like to stay there. And I'm happy to stay on SWAMA or not, but we have 3 primaries and 1 alternate. So I think there's plenty of room on SWAMA for new commissioners.
Right, and I just traded out my primary to
Okay.
Commissioner Bustamante, so.
And then on the audit committee, I am Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hamilton and I have sat on the audit committee for the last 6 years, and Commissioner Hughes has expressed interest in being on the audit committee, and I think it's a good time to transition on that. I find the audit committee really interesting. I have learned a tremendous amount on there, but I think that it's a time for me to let somebody else serve on the audit committee. So I'm giving that up to Commissioner Hughes because he has expressed interest in that.
Where is that? Do we have an alternate on that? I'm just not, I know it's
I
here.
don't see
Madam
it on
Chair,
the list.
The audit committee has 2 primary members.
Yeah, I know. Is there an alternate? Okay, great. Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as mentioned, I would like to be on the audit committee, and I'd like to keep my other committees, except for I am willing to trade out SWAMA to Commissioner Green if he still wants to do that. I was going to trade it to Commissioner Bustamante, but you beat me to that.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to jump up in front of you there.
I'm happy to continue on the Metropolitan Planning Organization or not, if depending on interest of others. I do definitely want to continue on the Regional Transit District, as I am the Vice President and also Chair of the Finance Committee for the Regional Transit District.
Excellent. Okay, so have you guys kept track of this?
Somewhat, but I'll put my
Well-
I've been encouraged to take some, but I will give my 2 feelings as well, if I may.
Oh, okay. I was just going to go down the line here.
So ReadyNet, yes, that it would be wonderful. I'm honored to do that. North Central, I agree. I would encourage to work with them and to be our representative there. One of the other committees that I've been known as a groupie to go show up as a member of the public is the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And so I would really love to be on that and to be one of our representatives in primaries there if that is available. And then the audit committee, I would love to be on that as well, but I understand that there's only 2 positions, so that's fine. But
Well, I'm sorry, what was the last one?
the audit committee.
I would think it would be good for us to trade out. I mean, I'd be perfectly willing to trade that next year with you.
Yeah, that's totally
But
fine.
I just think maybe 2 new all at once is not the wisest thing to do. Is that good with you?
I agree. Yep.
Okay. So if we want, I'd like to go down the things that Commissioner Roybal was. He was on the Extraterritorial Land Use Authority.
I think everybody's on that, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm the alter. Everybody's on that. Okay, never mind. You're right. Everybody's on that.
Madam Chair, so what we do need is are we talking about the EULA?
ELUA.
Yes.
Okay, so what we do need is, we need 1 alternate. So we need 4 members and
Yeah.
1 alternate.
So
And
far, I've been the alternate, and I'm
Right.
willing to stay there unless,
Okay,
you know,
great.
somebody's not. So that shouldn't be an issue unless somebody doesn't want to be the primary, in which case I'll take it. So it's fine. I mean, that one's easy, but
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
good point, but that one's easy. So Commissioner Garcia was on the MPO, as a primary, and Commissioner Roybal was the alternate. So there's no logic to it. Commissioner Bustamante, how do you feel about the MPO? Because there are two open positions, and, you know, I don't think there's any precedent for whose district it was in, but I think you and Commissioner Green should look at each other and decide who wants to be the primary and who wants to be the alternate.
I'm a groupie, but you can do whatever if you.
I thought, Commissioner Hughes, you didn't want to.
And I offered, if they both want to be primary on MPO, I could be the alternate then.
No, you're still on it. You're a primary.
Well, I know, but I'm offering.
There are two, okay.
There's actually three.
Yes, I know. I'm handling this reasonably. But our two departed, not
Yes.
departed, happily departed.
I would be happy to be a primary, please, on the MPO.
And
Are
same,
you willing to be the alternate?
I would like to be a primary if possible. I follow
So
that.
I can be the alternate then.
Okay, that's settled. Good.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Where is that gavel when I actually need it?
Okay, yeah, we're going to send it back over to her.
I was just joking. So Commissioner Roybal was also on the New Mexico, oh, that's a voted position, never mind. So I have a question, because I would strongly recommend that Manager Schaefer remain as the, on the County Insurance Board, number 7. Manager Schaefer, what's the story with number 8? Do we have you and a commissioner on that? Because
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is how we have divided the responsibility, I think, since the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, if my memory serves, was created as a single entity to oversee all of the offerings made from a coverage perspective. Staff has been appointed to the Board of Directors, and that has been me since 2019. And then we have designated a county commissioner to be the general representative in the event that there are significant issues relative to the basic structure, JPA amendments, bylaw amendments, things of that nature. It has been a county commissioner. I don't believe that they have much business that comes before them as a general member, and to the extent they do, it's at the annual meetings. So it's not a heavy lift, and again, it does have to do with high-level issues surrounding governance for the New Mexico County Insurance Authority.
okay, great. So that structure is recommended to stay the same. A commissioner on number 8. Do either of you got new commissioners have interest in that? Do any of you senior commissioners have interest in that? I will only step up if absolutely necessary.
Madam Chair, maybe we should come back to that one and see who's short
I
of
was
a.
just waiting for everybody to get really uncomfortable before I moved ahead with it.
Obviously, we all just love insurance.
Yes, and know so much about it. Like, that's my feeling, exactly. Okay, we're going to skip right ahead. So similarly, the Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board has been completely vacated by our by the turnover. And yes,
Madam Chair, I would,
you want to do that?
Madam Commissioner, yes, please.
And I offer to be the alternate.
Okay, great, that's solved. You guys rock. So, and similarly, the primary, Commissioner Hughes, you were an alternate on the Economic Development Board. And if you don't mind repeating, are you interested in staying on that? We're on this number 10. Are you interested in stepping up to be the primary, or what was your, did you,
I recommended that Justin, Commissioner.
yes,
Yeah, I
Maybe the
think
primary.
I don't need to step up to be primary. I'm happy being alternate.
okay, well, I remember, I remember that, but I wanted to check with Commissioner Hughes first. So Commissioner Green, did you want to be primary on that? And that leaves you as an alternate, and you wanted to retain that, right?
Yes, I'll stay as an alternate.
Great, okay, so that's done.
And I'm just wondering if Commissioner Bustamante wants, I mean, I didn't actually do anything as alternate on that board, but,
I cannot be on that board.
oh, that's right, you work for them. Yes, never mind.
Well, that solves that one. Yes, Commissioner
Chair, since
Bustamante.
everyone's gone down their wish list, if I may.
Yes, please.
Just to fill in the gaps.
Please,
just-
that's what I was, yes.
If I would, again, so let's see, we're looking at the local area workforce. I would like to be the primary on that. If Commissioner Hanson is amenable, I would be interested in being the alternate for the North Central Regional Transit. Unless those are open
No,
meetings.
Madam Chair, I'm more than happy to let you be the alternate.
Thank you. And then and SWAMA was the other that
Yes, and you're on that, I'm off that.
those are those, and as well, the Estancia Valley Economic Development Association is in my district, and I've been
Yes.
attending those meetings as well, already anyway.
And did
Thank
we-
you.
We already did that, right? I mean, did you
Oh.
already get that, Sarah? Yeah. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Does any, does anybody recognize any holes that we've left? Commissioner Hanson, I see you reaching for your,
I was going to ask Sarah how she was doing.
are you,
With my tracking?
Yeah.
It's a little messy, but I'm going to go back and watch the YouTube video just to clarify that what I have in front of me is accurate.
I've been keeping notes myself.
well, good.
And
That's fabulous. I
So
really appreciate
I'm
it.
going to go through from number 1 on Buckman, Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hamilton are primary, and Commissioner Hughes is the alternate. Coalition of Sustainable Communities, I am the primary. Commissioner Hughes is the alternate. And I want to say that anybody can come to the Coalition of Sustainable Community meetings because we do roundtables and we have workshops, and they are very beneficial. Number 3 is Estancia Valley, and that is Commissioner Bustamante. Extraterritorial land use is all of us, and Commissioner Hamilton is the alternate. Metropolitan Planning Organization, the primaries are Hanson, Green, and Bustamante. And alternate is Commissioner Hughes. Okay, New Mexico Association of Counties.
That's a voted position.
Okay, so, and I believe that our clerk has been elected to that position. And then a New Mexico Insurance, we have Greg Schaefer. And did anybody sign up for that, the Insurance
No,
Authority?
we never came back to that.
Okay. Then
How many meetings a year are there? Manager Schaefer?
Madam Chair,
Not
plan
for you, but for the.
Oh, no, plan for one, and it's actually at the legislative conference
Okay,
next week, so
I'll do
you don't have
that.
to go far.
I'll do that.
So New Mexico County Insurance Authority Board of Directors, you're going to be the one of the primaries or the alternate?
Yes. No,
Okay.
the primary on the second piece.
And
On
then
number 8,
On number 8, okay, you're the primary on
for
that.
the general member.
Okay, then the North Area Workforce, I have Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Green as the alternate. North Central New Mexico Economic Development, I have Commissioner Green as the primary and Commissioner Hughes and Hanson as the alternates. North Central Region Transit District, primary is Commissioner Hughes, with alternate being Commissioner Bustamante. North Central Rio Grande Heritage Area, Commissioner Hanson is the primary, and there's never really been an alternate, but Commissioner Hughes has an alternate by his name. ReadyNet is Commissioner Green, and do we want an alternate? If we do, I'm willing to be the alternate on that board. It's something I have been working on at NACO, and I care in my district.
Is that okay with you? Yeah, that's great. That's great. Go for it.
Okay, and then the audit committee is Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes. Santa Fe Investment Committee is Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Hughes, and alternate is Commissioner Hamilton. And is there anybody else who wants to be an alternate on?
Are you talking about the investment committee?
Yeah, because
I'm
the
a primary
investment
on
committee, I believe that it's automatically the chair and the vice chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Of course it is.
And since you are interested, and since I have been an
Yes.
alternate,
Yes,
you
yes.
would be the alternate.
Yes, I wasn't thinking. That's great.
Okay, and is there anybody else on the commission who wants to be an alternate to the investment committee?
Yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Bustamante. And then on number 16, solid waste management, I believe that at the moment it is Commissioner Bustamante, Commissioner Green, and myself, and Commissioner Hughes as the alternate. Is that a fairly good wrap-up?
That nails it. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Greg and for Sarah. Did we find any clarity as to whether the RPO is a standing board and that we need to reconstitute?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, we have not, and if it is, we will bring that forward at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Madam Chair, I would
for
like
everybody, sorry, if I may, just
Oh,
so
one
for
more.
clarity's
Hang
sake,
on. I think-
the RPO is a regional planning organization. It is similar to the MPO, but it deals with land use issues. It has membership in the past of the county, the city, and the Pueblo of Tesuque. Similar to the MPO, the state is not involved, and it kind of could work like the extraterritorial land use authority, but it had its own JPA, and it's just been sort of defunct for about a decade now.
We've tried numerous times to revive that, and so I'm all for reviving that, but
And I encourage us to do so because the city has said that it's because the county has not stood up and that they have people ready for it. And so I would encourage us to put people forward if that is the case.
Yes, Sarah, did you just raise your hand?
I did. Madam Chair, I just want clarification on 15, the Santa Fe County Investment Committee. I have primary Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hughes, and alternate of Commissioner Bustamante. This does require a second alternate.
I'm the second
Is that
alternate.
okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have that completed. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to make a motion to approve appointment to the respective boards that we have just gone over.
Okay.
I'll second.
Great, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Good. We did that fairly reasonably. I'm very proud of us all. I'm sorry? No blood on the
No
floor,
blood on the
exactly.
floor, yes.
Oh, that cleans up anyway. That takes us to, before we go to executive session, we have all these, we have monthly reports, and I really appreciate that so many of our departments stay here and wait for any questions. Do any of the commissioners have any questions on the monthly reports?
Madam Chair, it looks like these monthly reports as listed are old. Is that true, or are we just now getting November reports?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we're making up for the fact that there wasn't a second meeting in December, so we're simply providing reports at this first meeting that you would have ordinarily received in December. Had we had a second meeting, you'll get a second batch of reports at the end of the month for the month of December. So this is just a catch-up item to recognize or to compensate for the fact that we didn't have that final meeting in December.
Okay, thank you, and I don't have any questions.
Okay, great. Well, I really thank everybody because that just clears that up in case some people, some departments, need to leave. Number 11, item 11 is matters from the county attorney, executive session. Can you read us into what we're going to do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I would request we go into executive session this afternoon to discuss limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 10-15-1H2 NMSA 1978. Board deliberations and administrative adjudicatory proceedings is allowed by Section 10-15-1H3 NMSA 1978. Discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units is allowed by Section 10-15-1H5. Threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978, and specifically including breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation, tolling of a shot clock under the Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996 concerning applications by New Singular Wireless, PCS LLC, executive management personnel issues, and discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning ASME 1782. And I think that's it, Madam Chair.
That's excellent. Before I entertain a motion, I would just want to congratulate our clerk, Catherine Clark, for winning the election to be our representative for the New Mexico counties. Thank you very much for that. And so I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session and discuss the items that the county attorney provided us with.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Are you chair until?
No, I'm chair until
Okay.
next meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So we are in executive session. I don't necessarily have an estimate for how long we expect to be in executive session. I would expect 45 minutes, as probably, and then we will have a public hearing to come back out to. So thank you all for your patience and for attending, and we'll be out in 45 minutes to maybe an hour.
We don't have the,
Hello? Okay. Madam
Commissioner
Chair?
Hanson.
I want to make a motion to come out of executive session, and the only thing that was spoken about was items on the agenda, and no decisions were made.
second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So we are out of executive session and back into regular session. And first order of business, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board authorize the county manager to sign an agreement with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC, also known as AT&T, tolling the Federal Communication Commission's shot clock deadline until 11:59 p.m. on January 19th, 2023, to allow time for the county to review and act on AT&T's conditional use permit and variance application.
Thank you. I have a motion. Can I have a
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you.
Madam
And
Chair?
then Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to revisit item 10E.
If no other commissioner objects, let's go to 10E.
Okay, I'm going back to appointments of county commission and staff board and committees for 2023. And I'm making a motion to make Commissioner Hughes a primary and Commissioner Bustamante the alternative.
And that's for, can you specify the committee, please, with more than the number?
Pardon?
Did you say
For the
that?
Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Oh, for the Metropolitan Planning Organization, I'm sorry, item 5 on the list that I have here. And so we would change it to Commissioner Bustamante would become an alternate and Commissioner Hughes would become the primary.
And just for clarity, that was based on their preferences,
Yes.
their agreement.
Right. That's
So-
correct.
So you made a motion.
I made a motion.
I have a
Second.
second, and I have a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I would just suggest, since Sarah's not here, we have to make sure
I
she
have,
gets.
I have her list.
Great. Rock on. So that takes us to item 12, the public hearing. And what's on the table is the resolution adopting projects for inclusion in Santa Fe County's infrastructure capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2028. And we have Max Hedren. Welcome, Max.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Max Hendren. I am the Capital Planner for the Growth Management Department. On August 9th, 2022, the Board of County Commissioners adopted the Infrastructure Capital Improvements Plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2028 via Resolution 2022-062, which was accepted and approved by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, Local Government Division, and is Exhibit B in your packet. Staff was directed to consider additional projects for the fiscal year 2024 to 2028 ICIP in accordance with the capital planning process that is outlined in Resolution 2019-103 for the 2023 legislative session, and it is Exhibit E. The ICIP is required of all local governments for inclusion of potential projects in the New Mexico legislature's capital outlay process. The Capital Planning Committee met to consider the additional projects and reviewed and ranked the projects in accordance with the capital planning process, which includes the county's 4 population goals: provide a safe community, promote a sustainable and healthy community, be a proficient, transparent, and accessible government. The recommended projects for inclusion into the fiscal year 2024 to 2028 ICIP are displayed in Exhibit C. They are Rio and Medio Santa Fe County Open Space Restoration and Flooding Prevention, the Espanola Pathways Shelter, Nambe Pickleball Courts, Santa Fe Animal Shelter and Humane Society, the Santa Fe County Clerk Warehouse, and the Santa Fe Opera Wastewater Treatment System. The committee also considered current projects on the ICIP that requires additional funding due to an increase in the project costs, which were identified by county staff due to numerous factors, including increased construction project costs based on the county's recent bid projects. The updated Exhibit D that was handout, it identifies the projects on the current ICIP that requires increases to total project costs and estimated funding gaps. The updates on the Exhibit D handout were made to the estimated funding gap column. The edits were necessary to provide consistency with what is on the DFA ICIP website, and they were conveyed, the cost increase were conveyed onto the updated Exhibit A handout. The updates to the Exhibit A handout include the project increases from Exhibit D, and there were two of Exhibit A are the spreadsheet that will be included with the potential 2023 resolution adopting the ICIP, and the remaining 4 pages of the Exhibit A are the updated ICIP fiscal year 2024 from the DFA ICIP website, and it is the Santa Fe County project summary list. The Santa Fe County project summary list is important because it also identifies what the county is requesting per fiscal year. So consistent with the planning process, these projects have been scoped, evaluated, prioritized, and recommended for inclusion in the fiscal year 2024 to 2028 ICIP by the Capital Planning Committee and as presented in the updated Exhibit A handout. Both of the forms in the Exhibit A handout incorporate the additional projects and the staff recommendations to increase the costs of projects. At this time, staff is respectfully requesting from the board a review and approval of the 2023 resolution adopting projects for inclusion in the Santa Fe County's Infrastructure Capital Improvements Plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2028, authorizing the submittal of the ICIP to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, and replacing Resolution 2022-062. We do have county staff available from Public Works, the Community Development Department, Housing Authority, and Growth Management, and we stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you very much. You people have questions, comments? Commissioner Green, was that, I didn't know if that was a yes or a no.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the staff reaching out to me to discuss some of the issues that I thought were important and including them on here, and really appreciate that many of the new additions are in fact in District 1, so thank you very much, that's wonderful. I specifically asked about the Opera's wastewater treatment. That is a large ticket item, and having spoken to some folks up and down that valley and know some of the folks that operate the utilities at Suzuki Pueblo, I'm wondering if there has been any discussion about trying to create a regional system that includes the Pueblo, the resort, the casino, and the opera as the 4 major anchor tenants of a system. I know that the casino actually has double or triple the capacity right now, until they build a hotel there. And I know that Tesuque Pueblo has $5 million in hand to do their own system right now. And so we have this opportunity right now to convene everybody and start to look comprehensively. And John, if you would answer for the opera, I guess. So, yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, there has been discussion about having some regional solution to wastewater in the Tesuque region, and ultimately we do not have that in place currently, but that if it's something that is meaningful to the community, we can prioritize and expedite some process to accomplish that. And I'd be fully supportive to try and help that occur and happen.
Thank you. And is there, do you know what the opera's timeline and the urgency in the case of the resort? The resort seems to be having an urgency, and they came to the commission to try to get some funding as well. It seems like the Pueblo has money and capacity and willingness to take this on a little bit from my conversations. And there's obviously urgent needs on the private sector side of these things.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, the discussions we had with the opera, they were very supportive of trying to think through and how to accomplish that on their timeline, and us help them to, I think, be reassured that we could meet that timeline if they were awarded funding, and that we also wanted to have the Bishop's Lodge property owner involved because they needed some solution as well. And when we approached them most recently, they were not interested in pursuing that. They wanted to move forward with their own plant on site. And we haven't reached out to Tesuque Pueblo regarding the specific details that you've provided tonight, but I'd be more than willing to see how we can make that work.
Anything I can do to work with you to make those introductions. There's an opportunity there to combine this. I think the upside is solving two problems with one solution, and also return flow credits that would be aggregated by having 4 major users and all the people up and down that valley, as well as helping the wastewater for everybody outside of those four users. So thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that we can maybe go get this money for the opera, but then maybe contribute it to a regional solution. And is that available? So if the opera gets this money, is it their system or would it be our system? And would we be able to then maybe aggregate it with the Pueblo, with the resort, with all the players in this area?
I think there's, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I think there's opportunity to work through those details. And currently our contract with the opera is that we own a percentage of it based on the percentage contribution of initial capital funds, and that we would need to work through a similar amendment to that agreement. And that while doing that, we will make sure that all the options are weighed out and the best one chosen.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Jordan's here and he waited so patiently, I have a question for him. On the Nueva Sequia multifamily development infrastructure, it's listed as total cost $10 million, funding gap $10 million, and I think maybe those numbers are a little out of date. And I guess I was wondering what the total project cost might be, and then what we might expect to get from 4% tax credits, so that we had a more realistic funding gap if a legislator wanted to help out with that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, so the overall project cost, as it's currently estimated, is right in the ballpark of about $40 million. Based off of the initial numbers that were provided to us from the financial consultant, the initial funding gap was about $5.5 million, and that was the initial ICIP request. What that didn't take into consideration was the loss of the QCT designation, which lost us about 10% of the overall project cost, which totaled about $4 million. So in and of itself, the loss of the QCT designation increased that gap from about 5.5 to about 9.5 million. As far as I know, Commissioner Hughes, we talked to our financial consultant about this back in December, and that looks like the realistic gap for the time being for the 4%. Now, we are also looking at options of potentially looking at a 9%, what that may look like in terms of what equity that would bring, and of course, with that additional equity, that would shrink that gap. But this project, as designed, was designed as a 4%, and based off the current numbers we have, $10 million is close to the gap funding that would be required to bring that project to fruition.
Oh, okay, but the total cost is more like 40 million, you said?
That's correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for increasing the Agua Fria Village utility sewer expansion. Makes me incredibly happy, wherever you are, John, and everybody else who made this happen. Thank you. So I had the same question with Commissioner Hughes had on Nueva Acequia. Shouldn't it be estimated total TTIP project cost at 40 million instead of 10? And then the funding gap is 10 million? Or am I not reading this right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, so for the funding for this project's a little unique in the sense that this is all finance. So none of the money through the tax credit property has actually been appropriated at the time being. And really, when we were looking at what the gap was, we were focusing on infrastructure because that's the hardest component of the project to finance. So really, in terms of the scope for the project that is being submitted in the ICIP, we are primarily looking at infrastructure costs. So that would include rainwater catchment, a gray water system, solar to support the facility, as well as carports for solar. And then the other item would be the upgrade and improvements to the roadways, so both Camino de Jacobo and San Ignacio Road. So yes, the total project cost would be 40 million, but specifically looking solely at the infrastructure component, we outline that just as $10 million for that gap need.
Okay, I get it, and I just want to be able to lobby for it. So I need to know all those details, so I appreciate that. I'm happy to see the San Ysidro crossing right-of-way design and construction at $4 million. Is that enough? And if that's also the total cost of the project, and
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, that is the total amount of the project, what you're seeing there. Was that the question?
yeah, and so I know there's some grants out there. Do you see applying for those, or do we need a grant writer to get some of those grants?
I believe there is a grant that we're looking into. Kurt Temple is looking into that to put towards this project.
Okay, so if we can, there's a grant writer, we can get a grant writer from New Mexico, Northern New Mexico Economic Development to help us in any way. So if that's needed, I'm more than happy to reach out to them and talk to them.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we'll take that into consideration and we'll reach out to you if we feel necessary.
Okay. And I see that we have $5,500,000 for 5,000 for public housing at Camino Jacobo. I want to thank you very much for adding La Familia Medical Clinic, energy efficiency, solar. That is definitely, I know it's not a basic need, but if we can get that taken care of for them, they will have more money to spend on their clients and provide more services in the community, which to me is incredibly important. And then I see we reduced the Finda del Sendero, which is between Commissioner Green and myself. And I hope in the future we will look at that road again and hopefully make some improvements to it. And I think that's all the comments I have right now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Thank you, Max, for all of these changes that you made. I'm really grateful.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. Thank you, Chairperson. These are getting late, aren't they? I'm going to get used to this. Somebody said something about not making decisions on an empty stomach, so pardon me. But I do want to thank you all for, I see a number that have been discussed in previous meetings prior to my sitting here, and I have a couple of questions about one that I understood was going to be included, and I don't see, was the Kaya Deborah all-weather crossing. Was that removed from the ICIP? We had been reported to in the community that the Kaya Deborah was going to have an all-weather crossing in La Cieneguilla.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, Kaya Deborah, currently we have $1.2 million in funding for that, for a bridge renovation. And rather than seeking additional funding at this time, we're working internally with staff as well as the property owners, or want to work internally with staff as well as the property owners in that area, along with the return flow pipeline, and really look at what the water is in that area, and the beavers and the challenges that are around that ecosystem there. It's our belief right now with the existing flows in the river, if the water was in the river and going under the existing bridge, it probably would be adequate. But prior to seeking additional funding on top of the $1.2 million we have, we want to know and understand and work with the property owners as well as the understand what impacts may be involved with the return flow pipeline. So that's why we didn't add any additional funding to that, but we do have $1.2 million, which is earmarked for that project already.
Thank you for that. Also, with regard to the Los Pinos all-weather crossing, what specifically would that entail with regard to, do we understand that it is a modification of the repairs that were done more recently, but when we have the concerns of traffic calming, what will be done to assure that this doesn't get repaired to a speed zone?
But
You understand what I'm saying? That, in other words, people can't just race through because now there's no longer the dip that there used to be in the road.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, the design for that project is nearing 100%. And the goal of that project is to make sure that when the waters flow in that area, that there's access. And it is a turn, a nice sharp turn in that area. I'm not aware of any specific design changes or design elements that are included to look at speeding. But because the goal, the focus of that is to make sure that access is maintained in that community during heavy rainstorms. But we can discuss that with the design team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just say one thing that I recall is bad roads make good neighbors. If there is something, or to whatever end, and in the discussions that we've had in the last few years regarding those types of improvements, is to have both obviously engineered, but community informed, so that those repairs, and I appreciate all the good work that Public Works has done through the years, and in some cases smoothed it so that it's even smoother to drive, and unfortunately it results in different types of hazards. So I want to thank you both for that. Did you have something that you wanted to?
Well, I was just here to support.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, Evan. And then lastly, with regard to the San Pedro Community Park and proximity to the ever so discussed shooting range, do we know approximately where that park is going to be in San Pedro? The approximate location for their plan for that? Much needed, but it is a risky neighborhood for those of you who are familiar with the area.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Bustamante, at some of the discussions that have happened at, with the BLM and the consulting, there has been some talk about tribal interest in some of that areas. And so there is an ongoing discussion about San Pedro and that area, and I'd be happy to share that with you offline.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just for this, still with this purpose of the $462,000, do we have a location? So will that affect that? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Paul Olofsson with Community Development. Commissioner Bustamante, the direct answer there is this was a community request, and that concept would be that the county would request BLM change the designation of that shooting area to a public purpose and put a park on there. And it's a very preliminary concept, and it's there's a lot of moving pieces on it. And I frankly haven't been working on it for several years now, but that's kind of the original history of it.
Madam Chair, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
And that's it. So that's something that obviously has some ongoing, so it's good to bring them up.
It's an ongoing discussion at the consultation also meetings that are taking place, and the cooperation meetings that we're having with BLM and Game and Fish and others, and I hope you will start to attend those.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I look forward to that.
Great. So just for clarity, internally and for constituents, this is, a great idea. We've been doing this to have the rolling several years of ICIP, and they're ranked year by year, which I love to see. But obviously, even this year, there were some things that were two things. Some things that there were some additions, and then there are always going to be some additions, right? It's a rolling issue and reevaluations. But some things, there are price uncertainties, for example, right? So, like even on the 2025, the Gloria Village collection system, that was probably costed out a couple of years ago. I mean, you could probably pull almost anything is our intent to approve this, and then it's a rolling approval, so it's updated each year anyway?
Madam Chair, since I'm standing up here, I'll try to answer that. Yes, part of what we brought to you today were price increases or to close some funding gaps in the projects that are higher up on the list that are immediate. Those other projects will certainly be evaluated deeper and ask for the greater amount as we get closer to actually being able to implement and construct and complete those projects.
Right. I think, the main principle I wanted to get across sort of on the record a bit, partly because it's like my assumption, which could always be in error, unlikely as that is, right? Thank you for laughing, because it was that we're approving it now because these the evaluation and the rankings are really important, right? They give us a path forward in long range planning, but it is still reassessed each year, not to wholly throw anything out, but to make improvements as needed or revisions.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I think this might be the appropriate time to also thank staff as you guys have. I really have been grateful for the hard work they put in. As you could tell, we have a great team, a great subject matter expert. We did make sure we followed up with all the applicants that came in after the deadlines to make sure that we met our ordinance requirements. And especially Max, Robert, they did a lot of work following up with especially the nonprofits that we aren't as closely related to get our answers. And so we also are learning as we go through these processes the best ways to kind of fine-tune the process and make sure that going forward we are able to look at capturing some of these last-minute additions accordingly, but also with a little bit more time for staff to do this appropriately and not be under such a crunch. So any advice, any suggestions, by all means, feel free to reach out to me or Robert or Max, and we will do our best to incorporate those going forward so that we continue to make the process even better. But it's quite a robust process. We followed all of our steps in a very short amount of time, and I'm really grateful for the hard work of staff and being able to bring something here today that you guys can trust. So just wanted to make those comments and thank our wonderful staff.
Okay, great. So at this point, I think it's time to have the public hearing part of this. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So first of all, is there anybody from the public here in chambers that wants to speak to this, the ICIP list? If not, is there anybody on WebEx who's joined us who wants to speak to the ICIP list? Daniel, do you see, or Laura, who's ever still managing this, do you see anybody on WebEx from the public who may want to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the public indicating that they'd like to speak to this matter.
Okay, so just one more time, is there anybody here or on WebEx from the public who wants to speak to the ICIP list? Sir, you want to come forward? And if you could give your name and then...
Madam Chair, would you like me to start a timer?
Yes, please. Yeah, we have to be able to hear
thank
you.
you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Mateo.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mateo Peixinho, and I too want to thank your staff for working with us on the Españolas Pathways Village project. Just, you know, they helped guide the nonprofit very well, and I'm hoping that, you know, all of you will help us as we go through the state process. It's a wonderful project and much needed, and just really appreciate this process, being open to citizens to help make a difference in our communities. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming, Mateo. And is there anybody else on WebEx, because I know there's nobody here in chambers from visual inspection, that wants to speak during public comment? Hearing none, I'm going to close public comment. Are there further questions or comments from the commissioners, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam
Oh.
Madam Chair, I move to approve and adopt projects for the inclusion in the Santa Fe County Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal year 2024-2028, authorizing submittal of plan to New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration and replacing 2022-062.
And I'll second that. And
Excellent. Thank you.
I would love to make a comment too and thank Pathways Shelters for showing up, but that's my only comment.
That was it? Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Definitely appreciate them being here. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Good. Thank you, everybody, very much. So that leaves us with concluding business. Does anybody have any announcements or?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I want to thank the new commissioners for your participation in our meeting tonight, and I'm grateful to have been elected chair, and I really completely appreciate your support. And I have to keep talking. So Commissioner Green, I look forward to serving with you on the ReadyNet board and making and having broadband move forward in our community. Commissioner Bustamante, I look forward to working with you on Chi Debra and anything I can do to help, since that is the border of our districts. So I look forward to working on that with you also. And Commissioner Hughes, I always look forward to working with you.
Is there any other concluding business? And
I'd like
so much.
to move to adjourn.
Excellent.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for all
Thank you, everybody.
doing all of this.